What's up, chat? Just doing a couple of things before we get started here. All right, welcome to Free Advice Guy. All right, let's post this clip. Don't think I posted this one. Okay. Okay. Let's start posting, shall we? All right, let's see. Can you tell me how to get to Sesame Street?
How accurate do you think this is?
Probably not very.
All right, go to Facebook.
this is?
Mute that. Alright, now we go to free advice guy. Alright, let's publish them all. We did it. I do find it crazy how many people are talking about losing rights. one sec here, and we'll get started. Man, I forgot the site that we looked at yesterday for election results. Decision desk? Is this it? So Trump's up over 4 million votes right now. All right. So if we take a look at the U.S. markets today, Nasdaq, S&P, all doing pretty good. Gold has a rebound from yesterday. Bitcoin eyes 100,000. That'll make a lot of people rich. Ooh, what happened, Llama? Right about what? That was a soft guess. I did not have confidence that that would be the outcome. But we go for it anyway. You put it out there, even if you're wrong. I did vote, Llama. I did vote. I early voted for the first time in my life. All right, so we look at these big decliners for the day. I don't know any of these. Those are big drops in a single day. These are big gains in a single day. Under Armour, huh? Dutch Bros. All right, these are fun to look at, highs and lows. Hershey's at a 52-week low. I think this is actually a really cool thing here. It's mandatory to vote. I don't know how I feel about that. What happens if you don't vote, llama? Mandatory. I kind of like it, but if you're just going to get a bunch of non-educated people to vote, right? We already have that here. We don't even force it, and a bunch of non-educated people vote. Man, Nvidia, 52-week highs. Tesla just flying up. Do you like that people who maybe aren't as actively engaged as you are having an impact? Fed rate cuts today and next month may already be locked in. Europe had a good day. All right. We'd have to probably have a deeper discussion as to why. Because I think the less informed a voter is, the more harmful their vote could be. I do like the idea of the civic responsibility of voting, but I agree. But I do think there is something to be said about somebody willing to take the effort to go and vote. Willingly. But I completely agree with you. There's a bunch of people who are not informed who vote in America. A lot. Okay. As long as, so they just want you to go through the steps. You don't necessarily, okay, I got you. I respect that. Whew, so much stuff here. Let's go. Fed likely to cut rates. So no civil war here in America. I don't think there was. No, there will be no civil war. Man, Trump stocks dropping 20% today. That's crazy. Rest of the market is rocking and rolling. I wonder if that's because he's going to have to divest from them. I don't know. All right, let's take a look at a couple of these here. I wonder if, like, how legal these really are. Because I thought the Supreme Court ruled recently that these agencies don't really have any power since they're not enforced by Congress or run through Congress. All right. Lots of speculation. Wonder what impact this will have on Europe. What type of impact are you worried about? Or do you think it could have? I think what happened last time Trump won, 2016, is a rise of nationalism around the world picked up. People being proud of their home countries again. All right. Not much there. All right. What do you guys want to see? Of course, we are proud if we see what Americans elect as their president. See, I think what's going on in the world is there are people who are told how to view things, and there are people who view things. For a lot of people, all Trump was the candidate who was proud to be America, proud of our history, and um, didn't think we were just like some evil country formed on the basis of evil, still holding people down. Um, but in the true spirit of America, man, growing up here in the 80s and 90s, everybody was friends, man. Racism was dead. And now we act like it's this huge problem, and it's sad. Sad, man. Yeah, but I think that's because you're told to think of it as scary. How scary was the world when Trump was president, Lama? Like, really, really think about it. No new wars, No new major conflicts while Trump was president. Peace accords being signed in the Middle East. What is exactly scary about a Trump presidency? We have like 3 major conflicts and Trump saying, hold my beer. I'm not sure how to read that, Llama, but I want to ask you, and I've asked multiple viewers this, and nobody's really given me a straight yes or no. Over the next 2 months, before he takes office, if through negotiation with Trump, Ukraine and Russia end their conflict, would you give him credit and go, hey, maybe I judged this guy wrong? If Israel and Hamas end their conflict, will you give Trump any credit and say, hey, maybe I had him wrong, maybe he was painted wrong to me? Let's say peaceably. It ends peaceably. Man. 7% interest rates. Can you believe there was a generation that was doing almost 20% on mortgages? That's insane. So tell me, give me some examples of, it depends on how he ends it. There's no way he can end it without there being a loser. Okay, wasn't that going to be the case always, Llama? Anytime someone invades somebody, there's a loser, right? But if it's negotiated peace, everybody wins, no? But we could be talking about land, so I want to wait to see what your thoughts are before we talk about that. I mean, Llama, this is what I mean. If you don't know why Russia did what it did, I'm not saying you have to agree with it, but if you at least don't know why, that's the first issue with how this is being covered. Like, have you heard about it? Give me one sec. Or have you heard why Russia invaded in the first place? At least in their words. I am back. Yes. All right. So you know. Would you agree that the vast majority of people don't know that? Because I think the true solution, and everybody knows this and has known this for a long time, is that NATO expansion doesn't happen further east into Ukraine. Like, would you be comfortable if you ran America, or as an American citizen, would you allow some powerhouse, Russia, China, to throw nukes in Mexico? And again, I'm not saying what Russia did was correct, but we have to understand their motives first. Because if we understand each side's positions, then negotiating can happen, right? Now, I could be wrong, but I think all Russia wants is an agreement that NATO will not expand into Ukraine or any further east. No, not in their eyes. Hey, we had someone from Finland in yesterday. It's a cool conversation. But in their eyes, they need to start taking over Ukraine because if NATO says, yep, we're throwing a nuke in, then Russia goes, we'll just take Ukraine and you will not be putting nukes there. And then what I think would happen is the next rumor of a country being included in NATO would happen, and then Russia would feel the need to invade them as well. And Russia will take over whatever land they see as a threat if there were nukes on it. Which nobody wants to happen. Nobody. So... when did they do it, Llama? And when did they not do it? They did no invasions while Trump was president. Maybe it was just a fluke. Maybe there were no new wars around the world by chance because Trump was in. It had nothing to do with him. It was just pure random luck. But he's coming back, and we'll see what happens. Oh, man. That's a bit silly. If you put Kim or Putin into the White House, probably no one will start a war like that either. No, but you have to... At what point is it no longer coincidence, Llama? So if Trump goes back into the White House and Putin and Kim don't escalate anything, don't you have to give some credit to Trump? Putin moved in on Crimea while Obama was president and into Ukraine while Biden was president. At what point will you give him credit for that? I know, but you're fearful of him, right? I just want to say the world seemed to be a safer place when he was president. Oh man, Ryan Dunn sprained his ankle. I don't know if fear is the correct word, but do you want everyone to fear the leader of the most powerful country in the world? Yeah, I mean, respect through power essentially means respect through fear. The only reason you respect power is because you fear power. Right? The only reason the world respects America is because they fear America. Right? A country will respect us using our might and our force to protect them, and then respect us because we did the right thing. But the only way we were able to do the right thing was by puffing out our chest. So I don't know. You're asking a deep question here, Llama, and I don't think it's that simple. Like, I don't want America to be the policeman of the world. I don't. I don't want to send our kids off to die for what's going on around the world, but that doesn't mean we can't be involved in a big brother kind of way. Can't wait to hear your response, Llama. Oh, I didn't ask anything. I just want to know more, like, your thoughts on that fear versus respect and how America should behave in the world. Because respect is only through fear, right? Yeah, but it doesn't. It doesn't work that same way for world powers, right? Why do people respect America? And I know we do a lot of humanitarian things as a people. We donate a lot from here to other places in the world. But as a world power, why does the world respect America? Right. But what makes you respect the USA? I'll accept. I'll accept. Hollywood propaganda. Yeah. Right, because nobody's gonna want to, like, it's a crazy story, but he met with like the leader of Al Qaeda or some group and showed him a picture of his own house, like the Al Qaeda leader's house or whatever, and said, "If you harm even one hair on an American's head, I will blow this up." He's like, "Why would you show me this?" I don't think he said he'll blow this up. I think he was just letting him know, like, I know where you live, dog. I know where your family's at. Don't do anything. And they're like, whoa. So, yeah, I agree with you. I want there to be respect, and I would rather America not be involved in everything. I'm a pretty weird enigma of a person, Llama. Although I think there are quite a few people who think like me, but I would like to not be involved in any world conflict. I have children now, and I think about the future. It's a bit too late for what, Llama? Not being involved? Oh, in the world? Yeah, I agree. I believe the rumor is yes, not to, bud. I believe the rumor is yes. I think there are sneaky bets. Man, I forgot the name of that betting site. That another jumbo cut, but I think most people think it's not going to be a jumbo cut. It's going to be 0.25%, and they may do it again before the end of the year. Not a fan of rates going down. See, I'm a mixed bag on this, but I'd love to hear your perspective on rates going down. Give me one sec. Keepers restrict this. They tell us the economy is doing great, so why are they cutting? Yeah, agreed. But I don't know how deeply you're going into it. Like, through old standards, we were in a recession before, but they changed it, and we were not in a recession. I have no doubt a recession is going to come during Trump's term. There are unavoidable bumps in the road that have to be hit at some point. I wonder if Trump will do the things needed since he is a one-term guy. Do what's needed to fix some problems in our country. Get people mad. But we have to fix spending in this country. Yep. I don't know about mid next year or when it'll happen, but there are certain things that have to happen. And if Trump is smart about it, he can rip the band aid fast and early and then spend the rest of his administration fixing it or letting the recovery happen naturally. But there are ways to delay the inevitable and actually potentially prevent the inevitable. But if they bring actual manufacturing jobs back to America, like a lot of them, turn our Rust Belt into, the Midwest back into a production powerhouse. So those jobs are there. I've heard a plan to become massive oil producers to pay down the national debt. So there are things that can be done. But yeah, they're going to want to throw that on him. What? Pay down our debts? I think it is very possible. Paying down the debt will hopefully eliminate it from the supply. We definitely can do those things. I believe that's what the tariff threats are about. Start building your stuff in America. Triffin's Dilemma. I am not. Triffin, Dilemma or Myth? We'll do Wikipedia even though it's not the best. Yeah. So looking at it here, what they're saying is if we're the reserve, we need to have a trade imbalance. We need to have a deficit. I think that can still happen. We can still supply them. We could pay down our own debt, though, is all I'm saying. I think where we might have some, I could see where this is coming from a deficit. So if we became a manufacturing powerhouse, that would be difficult if we were producing lots of things for the world. I would just say for America, honestly, and we can always produce things outside, but even balancing the budget would cause huge chaos globally. Paying down the debt would be, nah. Like, let's see here. How many USD in circulation? What? Okay, so there's $2.3 trillion actual money out there. Okay. Yeah. So, how m- uh, bruh. All right, so what do I need to look at to find the correct answer here, bud? What I'm trying to figure out is how much debt the US is in compared to how much is actually in circulation in the world. Well, my main point was going to be that paying off our debt wouldn't really affect it much. And what that would mean is probably low interest rates for everybody in the world. Because now there's less money in the money supply, or would they go up? Hmm. There's less money in the money supply. Lower supply. Increasing price. Interesting. I am not familiar with the euro dollar debt system. If there's something different or special about it. Hey, and Bud, to give you some background, I'm not sure if you knew, but I've been a certified financial planner professional since 2014. I worked at Vanguard for over 13 years, and I quit my job to hopefully change the world and give free financial advice to the masses. Our full mission is to empower millions of everyday people by making financial wisdom and guidance accessible to all, fostering widespread financial literacy. Denacht, welcome. It's going well. How much money is in the world right now? 8.2 trillion. Nope. How did There's got to be someone who has an estimate out there, right? It's got to be. Man, Denacht, we were talking about something yesterday. Maybe not. Maybe we did cover everything. Did you end up watching that movie? Hey, on TikTok, I see Meow. Welcome. If you have any questions, let me know. Vanguard got back in touch with me about my investments. Don't know if you remember, but I was looking for a fund that would match your advice. Yeah, what'd they say? Because right, they didn't. We even looked at the funds together, and they didn't really have something like that. Global Liquidity M2. All right. Global Liquidity M2. Give me a number. They told me they have new funds on the way that might be better suited for me. All right. And these were retirement long-term funds, right? Four weeks ago. Let's see what they say. I just want numbers, man. I dig it, Denoct. The Bitcoin magazine one. All right. This one? It's charts. Wow. So they don't have just an international fund. Top one. It's weird that this number is not easily found. So 94 trillion global M2. I feel like it's significantly higher than 94 trillion. The US is like a third of that in debt. That can't be good. Gotta pay down that debt. $94 trillion. So it's to knock that's like a personal preference because total stock market includes small and mid cap stocks, whereas the S&P is just the 500 largest stocks. So you're missing out on like 3,100. So for me personally, I like the diversification that a total stock market fund gives you, as well as the exposure to the small and mid cap market. But there are a lot of people who prefer the S&P over total stock market because they think the 500 index fund is always going to grow faster than the small and mid cap. For sure. What are your thoughts on that, Denoct? Like, does that make sense to you rationally? And which way do you lean? And then what's your guess, Bud? If you had to guess, what's your guess on how many or how many dollars are out in actual circulation? So I think it's got to be way higher than 94 trillion. Yeah, helps to spread out your risk. And also, yesterday, small cap popped after Trump won. Part of the, like, nobody talks about this, and I guess we're on the political channel, so this works, but um, regulations, everybody thinks of them as these, like, magic rules that save the environment. That's all they are. But there's so many rules and regulations in place that make it incredibly difficult to create a business. The money it costs to create the business alone with regulations and stuff, depending on your industry, makes it extremely difficult for you to create a business. So laws and regulations that are in place make it harder for small companies to get started and grow. So if we're going to have a more open economy with less regulation, small and mid cap should begin to take off. They may not, but that's my thought on it. $170 trillion. Oh, this isn't just US dollars, maybe? Yeah. All right. Tomorrow we're going back to our normal stuff here. I'm going to go over different topics and respond to them. Have you used Fidelity before? They seem to have a lot more options for me. I have not, but I have no problem with Fidelity. I'm just very biased because I worked at Vanguard. But if you could find a low cost investment that's more of your liking at another company, yeah, absolutely. And I know of Fidelity. I've never use their funds or anything, but I know of Fidelity and know people who work there and people who invest there, and they're happy with it. The most important thing you can look at, Denoct, are costs in your investments. Oh yeah, no worries. So I've never used Fidelity before, but I have no problem with them. I know people who work there and who invest there, and they're happy. But the most important thing with your investments is that you find a low cost version of what it is that you want. If that's what you want to invest in, find the lowest cost version of it and invest there. So if Fidelity has something that you want that isn't offered somewhere else and it's at a low cost, yeah, I don't see the problem. Yeah, so you want to look at expense ratios. A lot of the time, you'll never see the costs of a ETF or a mutual fund, so you want to look at the expense ratio. Rump, welcome back. So your active managed fund almost always gets outperformed by a non-managed index fund. Or when you say the average guy, do you just mean the average investor? 'Cause if so, I definitely have thoughts on this. Because that is a huge problem. Yeah, just like a regular person. Um, I think part of it is on purpose, Rump, to be honest with you. They're not very expensive. You don't get a lot of money for index funds. You can get a lot more money for your fancy actively managed fund that they say is trying to beat the market, and maybe it has beat the market in 5 of the last 20 years. But generally, over a long enough period of time, an index fund beats actively managed funds. And I don't know why more people don't know that, but it's information you have to go searching for a lot of the time. That's why I'm here, Rump. I would like to bring that education to everybody. I own one actively managed fund, and it is in my 401k. I think I have. I thought they had another share. So 0.31. All right, let's compare this. Hold on. Hold on. Total stock. Yeah, let's look it up to the Admiral. Investor shares. I'm just doing the investor shares because it has a longer history. Oh, I should probably do Prime Cap Fund investor shares. All right. Well, a long-term investment with interest on interest with low fees generates an incredible amount of wealth if given enough time. Exactly. We are in agreement here, Rump. I'm an index fund guy. I want to look at average annual performance. Oh, okay. Prime cap, total prime cap. So it's a little bit better over a 10-year period. It's definitely possible, Rump. It's definitely possible. So this is the one. I'm gonna get rid of one. Let me see the inception date, 84. We'll get rid of this one. All right. So we got the Prime Cap Fund, which I own, versus the total stock market. I will take a look at it, Denacht. Is that a Fidelity fund? And if so, can you put the symbol? So, I mean, look at this historically. The Prime Cap Fund, since inception, so we're talking 40 years now, has averaged over 13%. This is not as old, but it's averaged less than 10.5%. But from their UK website. Let's do it. I don't want to go to investor. Prime Cap Fund, Rump. The Prime Cap Fund, it used to only be available in Vanguard 401ks. I think now it's available outside, but that is the only active fund that I own, the Prime Cap Fund. Global sites. Europe. It was the last one. My eyes did not want to go to it. I'll go back to it, Rump. I'll go back to it. All right. So you wanted to look at U.S. Equity Index Fund. U.S. Equity Index. Whoops. I hit enter. Which one? I'm assuming accumulation. All right, let's take a look at the overview here. Yep, that's about the U.S. stock market right there. And it's a 5. It's only a 5 out of 7, though. Interesting. I got the time right now, Rump. Wow. What is this, 10,000 back in 2009? You'd have 96,000 now. Okay. 15 years. 15 times your money. Or 9 times your money. Okay. Hit me, Rump. Also, the color of your name today is different. Yesterday it was forest green. Today it's like yellow green. Yeah, it looks like it knocked. I don't really see. It's hard for me to tell exactly what is missing. Something is missing, but I can't tell what. Like, it looks very close when you compare this. But if that's what they're recommending as a US fund, I would take their recommendation over mine. But it does look very similar to the total stock market index fund. But weren't you having trouble with international, or am I making it up? The ex-US fund, right? Average monthly income $5,000 in your position with a low cost index fund. To pay off your mortgage, advance your positions in low cost index funds, or a mix of both. International ex-US, can't find anything with Vanguard. Okay, yeah. That's what we ran into, Denoct. All right, Rump, this is a great question, and this actually comes down to personal preferences. So I can tell you what I would personally do, but the answer is going to be different for everybody. So assuming your mortgage rate wasn't brand new, right? If you're in like the 4% or lower interest rate mortgage, I'm actually probably going to keep that mortgage. Paying $200,000 into it, you still have the same monthly payment. Now, it's not to say I wouldn't make extra payments to the mortgage and all that sort of stuff, but I personally would probably use that $200,000 to invest in other things and just pay my mortgage. You could also look at refinancing, but interest rates are high. So, but there are people who don't like debt. So if their life before this had, they didn't have that 200,000 inherited, they're just going to take that 200,000 immediately and splash it into debt because they don't like having debt, which I respect. I totally like that. I don't think most people should live with the amount of debt that they live with. Facts. X. Sorry, but don't understand what you mean. If you reduce your mortgage from 300 to 100, your monthly payments will reduce drastically. No. Your mortgage stays the same. So right now, maybe your mortgage stuff is different, but if you sign a 30-year mortgage here in America, your payments are $1,800 for the entire 30 years, regardless of how much you've paid towards your mortgage. Now, paying down the $200,000 will reduce the amount of interest you pay on that house tremendously. But your monthly payment doesn't actually change. Wow, so they get lower cost over time? Wow, that's actually a pretty neat thing. Your bankers need to talk to our bankers. I would like to know the pros and cons of each type of mortgage and for who. But yeah, if that were the case and it would reduce my monthly expenses, then yeah, I'd probably pay it towards a mortgage then personally. I wasn't expecting to have that $200,000 anyway. And then however much, that's got to reduce my monthly mortgage payment by at least 2/3. I could start investing that. That's a really good question, Rump. Ask the bankers, baby. I don't know. I assumed everyone did their mortgages like we did. That if banks for one country figured it out that way, then they were all going to do it. But I was wrong. I was wrong. That is the dream, Rump. In my personal opinion, everybody should have their mortgage paid off at the latest by retirement, before they retire. And before that, if they can. And live with as little cost as possible. That is one of my biggest recommendations. I would like it for people to retire as early as they want to. You know? Ooh, oh man, I was gonna say, I remembered from Finland. I actually talked about that earlier, right? Not if you pay off your mortgage, Rump, but if you have any balance remaining on your mortgage, you owe the same mortgage payment you did from day one. So when they figure out your mortgage payment, your first month is the same payment as your last month. Small world. How did they meet somebody from Finland, Anacht? Ah. Uni will do that. Your mortgage year 1, 300,000. Year 2, it's 100, but you still have to pay like. Yes, Rump. Sadly, that is. I'm actually a little bit sad to hear that your payments go down. Yeah. So for you, if you year 1 you have a $300,000 mortgage and your payment is $1,500. By the time you're halfway through that, your mortgage payment will be $750, approximately. It might not work exactly like that, but something like that. Dude, that is really cool. How long are your mortgages? How long do they take to pay off? How many years? Oh yeah, yesterday looking at politics was fun. All right. I will also be right back. My bowel movements. All right. Hopefully everything's good, man. You getting that checked out? From Trump's re-election. All right. This is the question. Where did 15 million votes go? So you want to confirm with them if their total international stock has emerging markets in it. I'm going to guess it does. And then ask them why they want to overweight your portfolio towards emerging markets. Yes. What? So when you hold on, you already I think answered the 15 years in your mortgage will be. Oh, how long are your mortgages? And then give me one sec here. Oh, okay. Hey, what's up, Brad? So they're trying to get you just to invest in a Vanguard fund instead of a non-Vanguard fund? Separating my mortgage into three parts, which is very common to do. So not put risk or strain on your household economy. So you're going to have your house paid off in 5 years? You got to make sure your investments give you peace of mind to not. Don't let anyone, even me, convince you to invest in a way that doesn't make sense to you. Emerging markets will give you more international exposure, but to a very particular part of the market. Okay, well, if you just pay it normally, Rump, how long is it? So if you just make the minimum payment every month, how long will you pay it? 50 years, but you can have strategic deals in those 50 years. Be active with your mortgage to increase your likelihood of not putting strain on your economy. Okay. If people like that. So I think they do different things. They run differently. And that's okay. Because ours are paid off in 30 years no matter what. But you end up paying like 2 times the amount in total payments or more than your original purchase price here in America. So that $300,000 house that you bought, you're likely getting, you're going to pay $600,000 or so. All right, so let's get this to a $300,000 loan. Whoops. Okay, that's the most we can get to. So take a look at this right here. If you take about a $294,000 loan, your interest rate is 6.52. Okay, calculator. Look at this monthly principal and interest on your mortgage, $1,874 times 12 months times 30 years. On your $294,000 mortgage, you end up paying $674,000. Man, so your interest rates are low out there, Rump. I'm going to call you Steak instead of Rump. Steak is my favorite food. Subsidized mortgages? Listen, for your socialist economy, with no military, it makes sense. If the U.S. didn't spend money on military, we'd have a lot more money for things like that as well. But we are the military for the world. Which again, I personally prefer not to be. Well, your government doesn't pay for anything. Fellow taxpayers do. So you... Right, so you guys are paying it. You're not getting a discount or help. Everybody's paying into that. Right? There's no way for you to get back more than you put in unless you're being subsidized or paid for by someone else. Which is definitely possible in a socialist economy. But my main thing here is that your $300,000 loan, you end up paying over 2 times as much. All right. That appears to be part of your social contract there in Finland, and everybody knows it and seems to be okay with it. And that's okay. Every place is free to run the way they want. Hey, Steak, can you give me your thoughts on this? Where did the, we'll call it 10 million voters go from 2020 to 2024? That's just the rate, Steak. Our Fed said it. Tell me more, Danacht. Nah, has nothing to do with that. Steak policies were bad. Track record was bad, man. Yeah, but mine's based on actually living here and knowing people. Yours is based on what you read and see on the internet. Like, I'm an actual American, and if I thought Kamala was a better candidate, I would have voted for her. That might be true, but I'm not one of those 90%. You could say that in most countries. She's here. Uh, so she's with the kids right now. Here. She has been in videos in the past, but yeah, she's actually out with the kids right now. It. I'm not saying anything like that, Denoct. It just feels weird. Has she ever said hi to finished steak before? To a finished steak? No, I don't think so. You will be the first. All right, give me a sec here. Let's see, what's a good one of us? Here we go. My beard was much shorter there, obviously. That was very shortly after we got married. Let's look at this one. Best day of my life. Best day of my life. She's in the trailer video. I love that woman. My wife is not. My wife is not. She is Mexican, and she is of the conservative nature. Mexican Republican. Latinos broke for Trump at like 40+% this time around. That's crazy. I appreciate that, Steak. I am very happy. I live a blessed life, for sure. I did start off as a Bernie bro, Denoct. Believe it or not, I was a Bernie bro to begin. Steak. Yeah, so I was following along the elections in 2016. I wanted an outsider. Bernie was the outsider that I attached to. I wasn't necessarily in love with his policies, but I just loved the fact that he was an outsider. And then I saw how the DNC did him dirty. And that was the first thing that opened my eyes to his, or I'm sorry, to it over. Yeah, the DNC totally did. He should have been the candidate. Dude, this is crazy. Look this up. He said one day that Hillary Clinton was not fit to be president. They had a little closed door meeting, and the next day he came out and said, "Of course, she is worthy to be president." Both parties in the UK are the same. Yeah, I mean that's so the reason the Trump movement has been so popular in America is because people felt both parties in America were two sides of the same coin. I'm in Arizona, Steak. I lived in Texas for a couple of years, but most of my life has been spent in Arizona. But yeah, everyone, it started to become obvious that the Republicans and the Democrats were two sides of the same coin. So the Trump movement has been to replace these uniparty people with people who actually are pro America. MAGA allies say they can finally admit Project 2025 is the agenda. I'm going to look at the article. Let's see. Yeah, they were joking. How did Mr. Apprentice end up leading that movement? It's a really good question to knock. I actually have no idea how he became the person to lead that movement. I honestly think it started. Do you know a guy named Ron Paul or the Ron Paul Revolution? It depends on what you mean by close rump. Or, yeah, I am. Uh, he did not. Wait, Obama upset Trump? There is that rumor that at the media ball in 2015, when Obama went after Trump, that made Trump decide he wanted to run. But I'm about, I think, 4 hours away from the Grand Canyon Steak. It's not terrible. I wouldn't do that drive with super young kids. But yeah, it's not a terrible drive. I've been to it once. It was pretty cool. Then I was like, all right, time to drive home. Yeah, that is really cool. I lived in Florida as a kid. moved here when I was I don't know, 8-year-old, and then lived here pretty much ever since. But yeah, I lived in Florida for almost 8 years. Never seen a space shuttle launch, but that would be awesome. Then I also want to see it be caught. I still have to work and have a business stake. So this is actually my business. It's an LLC. But I mean, how long do you sit and stare at the limited liability company, an actual business entity? Free Advice Guy is an actual business entity. But all right, so I go and what do I stay a week at the Grand Canyon? Do I move there and just stare at it, never looking at my wife or my computer again? You got some sass in you, Steak. You got some sass. You seem like an A1 kind of guy. That's probably not fancy enough in Finland. What kind of sauce do you put on your steak? Rump sauce. Peppercorn. I know a lot of people like peppercorn. Ah, now Bernie Sanders wants to come back to the working class. Me too, Steak. Me too. That's why I quit my job at Vanguard, man. I want to change the world, help people with their finances. I think I know who you're talking about, but I don't know his name. He's got glasses. I think he's got brown hair. Caleb Hammer. Yes, I believe that is it. Older guy. Yeah, are you talking about Ramsey? Have you ever seen my shorts pop up on your stuff? If Dave Ramsey pops up, do I pop up at all? I probably don't. You'd have to like and watch a clip. But I've noticed the algorithm is weird. I posted another Patreon clip today. Yeah, man, it's tough. Being an online content creator, everybody wants you to do things for clicks, but I'm trying to build something organically, so I'd rather it be slow and real. Yeah, lots of debt. Yep. So many people, man. And that's where I hopefully can talk to people before they ever get into situations like that, help them avoid getting into bad situations in the first place instead of just helping people out of bad situations. Let's see what conservative is saying. Conservative. All right, let's check it out. Oof. Amazon and food deliveries. Wait, don't you guys have the same stuff there? Are we the only one with Amazon and food deliveries? Hold on a second. But no food delivery? Amazon tried to get stuff going here, but we kicked them out for bad worker conditions. Oh, okay. Yeah, Uber and DoorDash. Doing the same with Tesla at the moment. Really? So not letting Tesla in Finland? Is that what's up? Because once it's in, it's in. Wow, okay. See, this is another question I have. How can a state like Florida count 9 million votes, but all these other states, what is it, Thursday? We're 2 days after the election and they're still counting? Like, how has Nevada only counted 55% of their vote? Huh? Wow. Tesla's not allowed to do business in the Nordics? Why? In labor dispute. Wow. Hey, also, I have to say, the coolest region in the entire world by name might be the Nordic region. I wouldn't let him in either. I would avoid union work like the plague. We'll see. They'll get some sort of tax breaks. My friend has the full self-driving car. It's tough to know what your life would be like without the union, Denacht. Would you be able to negotiate better rates? Are you getting paid the same as somebody doing lesser quality work than you? The new Tesla Jeep not even legal to drive on roads in Europe. The self-driving one. The silver thing. Tesla Jeep. I don't even know what you're talking about. Model X? I'm going to look at all their models. Shop. Vehicles. All right. The Cybertruck, is that what we're talking about? Bro, I don't have an electric car. I can't afford this stuff. I don't keep up. If they ever made a minivan, I might be in. I might be in. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Cybertruck. I know people say they love it. Not a big fan of how it looks. But I do like the other ones. The S3, X, and Y. Those are pretty cool. Those are pretty cool. I agree with the live to work thing. Or that's how it is here. And it really shouldn't be. But if some European company came to America offering 32-hour work weeks, 4-day work weeks, something like that, they could steal the best talent. Change things here in America. But I don't think they will. Performance all-wheel drive. So, I don't know how to word this. I'm definitely not socialist. I think you should take care of yourself. But I do like the idea of a social safety net, like Social Security, but invested properly. Saved for properly, invested properly, and paid out properly. I can absolutely see that. Thanks for building up America your whole life. America will now take care of you. I could see that. But we have to get a lot of budget things under control, man. America's spending is wild. Wild, wild, wild. Need more nukes? There are enough nukes in the world. It would be sweet if Trump got rid of some of the nukes in the world. But I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think anyone's going to do that. So one full self-driving car available. Why is this one full self-driving and the other ones are just autopilot? All right, done looking at Teslas. Well, I would avoid diabetes, assuming type 2 steak, and I would avoid it with steak. So I've never really thought about what I would be willing to go and see a doctor and pay him. $150? I don't know. To go and see him. Oh boy. Is it Ozempic, Danacht? Nobody wants to do the hard work, baby. Everybody just wants to take a pill. Man, that's a lot of visits. Yeah. That's how it is. You have to change the behavior. You can't. The behavior of what made you unhealthy has to be changed. Not a magic pill or whatever. So, I don't think we're going to find common ground, Steak, because America doesn't run any sort of system that I would want. Bro, I haven't been to the ER once in my life. I only go to the doctor when something's wrong. I haven't been 6 times in the last like 10 years. Nah, for what? You don't need to be poked and prodded every year to know if you're healthy or not. Eat healthy, work out. I should say stay active, eat healthy. You'll probably avoid most of life's ails. Ooh, what did he do the first time? What did Trump do to the NHS the first time? But tax rates are too high, Steak. Slag it off. What does that mean? That many frequent visits to the doctor, if that's common, that's driving up healthcare costs. But I think Finland is a healthier nation than America as well. Healthcare wouldn't be as expensive here if more people were healthy, or if less people were unhealthy, however you want to look at it. Hey, when you don't have to fight your own battles, it's very easy. It's very easy. Everyone's protecting Finland. All that money that would go towards military has to go towards other stuff. The NHS is that thing, huh, Denacht? Let's look up some facts about Finland. Should we do visit Finland? I'm sure there's no bias here, right? Finland as a country wants to be carbon neutral by 2035. The happiest country in the world. Eleven out of 12 lost wallets are returned to their owners. No way, Denacht. 1776, we rewrote that. Hey, there's Steak right there with his long blonde hair. Just running in the snow. Finnish winters are long, cold, and dark, making them ideal for winter activities like skiing, skating, and in Lapland, spotting the northern lights. Finland sounds pretty cool, man. We got northern lights. Let's go. Sauna is a major component. Let's check this out. Look at that. Everybody's got a sauna in Finland. I got invited to a sauna. What do I do? You go hang out in it. Okay, getting off of this site right now. People in towels and stuff. Yeah, Rump, do you have a sauna in your house, bro? I have two. All right, that's my next upgrade in life. I'm going to have a sauna and a cold plunge right next to each other. All right, here we go. Why does Finland suck? Yo, what is this? The first thing of Finland's shortcomings based on AI is mental health struggles? What is that? Weather, bureaucracy. Your mail is inefficient and slow, Rump. Expensive cost of living. Limited social benefits. That doesn't sound right. How do you expect me to move to Finland, Rump, if the job market is challenging? Wait, so does Finland have a lot of individualism over collectivism? "11 reasons why Finland is the worst Scandinavian country." Looks pretty good, man. Not too many negative things. If Finland were on a review board, it would have at least 4.7 stars, it looks like. Bam, 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 bam. You know it, Denoct. Every night, baby. Every night. You coming by the stream later? I may play Valorant at the end of this stream. Listen, Valorant is better than CS in every way. When people can't make it in Valorant, they go and play CS, bro. Yeah, that's a great question, Steak. So, the whole premise behind Free Advice Guy is that the advice is always free. Yeah. CS2. It's a rough game. So I'm here to answer questions and talk finance and anything else in chat. But if someone wants to support the mission, I have a Patreon, and members of the Patreon can do live discussions. So I just posted this clip this morning. Give me one sec here.
Probably not very, because like the entertainment areas and all that, that is getting spent most likely on credit cards, because as you can see, I don't have much left after of actual tangible money.
And that's one of the reasons a budget is necessary, and budgets are never one and done. This is the most important step in pretty much anyone's financial life, is starting the budget. Because what you should have happen is at the end of the month, right, according to this, you should have $123 that you can spend on whatever you want to spend it on at the end of the month. So if that's different, so if you have more of a surplus or less of a surplus or a deficit, we want to figure out where those holes are and where we're leaking money, or where we're not spending money the way we think we are.
Right.
So anyway, that's just kind of like an example. So I have conversations. So Patreon, it's new and it's small. Don't make fun. But Patreon here, members of this get invited to my private Discord of just, here, I'll show it over here, of just Patreon members. And then we can have one-on-one conversations live on stream. We have private Q&As with just your tier group, things like that. So it's a way to support the mission, because I'll only be able to do this for a full year or a few years if I don't find a way to replace my income. Vanguard would not let me do this in my spare time. I asked for permission to do this, and they told me no. So once they told me no, I decided to try and change the world on my own. See what the markets are up to before close. Dow is flat. Everything else popping. So, since Vanguard was a finance company, I would be talking finance in my spare time, and since I work for them, whether I made my affiliation known or not, they looked at me as a representation of the company, which I understand. I understand. Right? Anything I say makes them potentially liable, so they didn't give me permission. I was sad. I would have rather stayed at Vanguard and done this while working there than having to quit my job, but I understand the conflict of interest. I understand. I understand. I think Yahoo's page is more exciting to look at. Yep. She does. She is CFO of Free Advice Guy. Most of the work that she does is off camera, though. Like a lot of the clips that we've posted were made by, some of them were made by her. She's in advertising materials, stuff like that. And we'll do, we're thinking about when exactly to do it, but we want to do a stream, like a Q&A between us or something like that. Finland stream? I dig it. How long can you sit in a sauna? What's the longest you go? I feel like everyone in America would be happier if we all had saunas at home. You agree or what? Give me 1 second. All right. "45 minutes is impressive, for sure. Me and my buddies thought we were tough if we stayed in like 20 to 30 minutes. And we would not do that every time. Big tech CEO rush to congratulate Trump. By who? All right. So, Steak, let me ask you, do you prefer the streams like this where it's just sitting and chatting? Would you prefer I was playing video games like Valorant? What are your thoughts? Play a finance game? What type of game could I play, Abe? Welcome to the channel, by the way. To give you some background, I've been a certified financial planner professional since 2014. I worked at Vanguard for over 13 years, and I quit my job to hopefully change the world and give financial advice to the masses. Our full mission is to empower millions of everyday people by making financial wisdom and guidance accessible to all, fostering widespread financial literacy. Man, unemployed for 14 years. Everything, like, what happened? You okay? All right. I'll stay on this then, Steak. You made a good point. All right. I appreciate the honesty, Steak. Long-term capital gains and VA comp. Okay, so you're living off the proceeds there. You feel good about how you're invested and all that stuff, Abe? You have peace of mind. That's what I should say. You have peace of mind with how you're invested and your income flows and all that stuff. Finance game. Not going to lie, I've been hemorrhaging money since 2020. Just like the cost of things going up, Abe, or other stuff. Nah, that's okay, Steak. I can wait for the gaming side to play. Okay. Do you have a budget set up, Abe? Like a clearly defined budget where you know every dollar coming in and coming out? I gotta wash my hand here real quick. Um, but that's number one. Here, these are the 5 steps of financial success. I'm gonna ask you questions about all that stuff if you're open to it. No, it's I don't know how to describe this here. I'm not gonna show it either, but my thumb has blood on it. Every dollar I make, my own custom Excel spreadsheet every day. I like it. Are you living within your means, Abe? So you have a budget, and then do you have an emergency fund? I like 12 months of basic living expenses, but if you are more or less conservative, that is on you. But do you have your basic living expenses in an emergency fund? All right, give me a sec. never understood the concept of budgeting every dollar. I think it's way too serious for how life should be lived. As long as you have control and go surplus instead of deficit, we all good, I think. Well, there is a point in life, I agree with you, Steak, but not everybody is there. Still budgeting, but like I said, hemorrhaging that big lump I made, so spending more than I'm making. What can you do to cut back, Abe? What can you get rid of? So I'm sure you should break down your expenses in a couple of different ways. Where is this? So, living basic, the things that you're going to have to pay no matter what, the things that you enjoy doing as an extra, and then the things that are just absolutely extra. Oh, yeah. Kids are worth every dollar. Every dollar. I got 3 of those little buggers. It's tough. Comb beard, you got it. Check out this Viking Revolution wooden beard comb. I can make it go crazy too. Viking Revolution. It is the brand of the comb. I am not sponsored. I don't know how that's coming through, but I have braided it before. Would that help, Steak, if my beard was braided? I could find that video and show you a video. All right, but Abe, going back to it, you want to look at your expenses, man. Figure out what you can cut. Start cutting things. Do it immediately, today. It's the brand? Yeah. Okay, so you're not in a deficit. You have 600 extra every month. What are you doing with that 600? Wait, so how are you hemorrhaging money though? If you are at 600 surplus, how are you hemorrhaging money? Okay, so you were spending more than the 7,100 at one point. Okay. Oh man, chat asking tough questions. Sounds to me he's just enjoying life. I do agree with that last sentiment. You could probably cut back and have more surplus every month if you're worried about it. But I still want to know more about the hemorrhaging money. So if you spent a little above and went into savings to go on these vacations and stuff, but normally you're 600 in surplus. If you want to go on these vacations, just start putting that 600 a month aside, and you could pay for these vacations in cash. Bad with cars. Like took out loans and stuff. It's still a lot. If you're coming out of savings, that's still quite a bit of money. How many of those are you taking per year? Yeah, are you trolling, Abe? Yeah, that's crazy, Freedom. It doesn't allow you to post links in the chat. Honestly, Abe, with the amount of income you're coming in every month, if you set to a strict budget and start cutting things out that you don't need, you can save stuff. I would just save for it. Just so Chad understands, I don't necessarily endorse this link. Go to it at your own risk. I think honestly, a budget, and I'm okay with how you spend your money. I know Steak is getting all over you here. Um, I think uh, extravagant vacations are fine. I think you just need to set your real budget aside and start saving for it. Like figure out how often you want to take these vacations and then just set the money aside and then boom, you're paying cash for it. But you also want to make sure you're saving for your future as well. Like how are you set up for retirement? It is definitely fine, Steak. Definitely fine. Hey, thanks for your service, Abe. Got a bunch of military and my friends and family. Shout out to my father-in-law, retired Navy. Okay. Shout out to Steak. What in the Finnish army? All right. So we got your income stuff, tax stuff covered. Those things can always change. We'll always go back over those. But how about the? Oh man, I think you're about to get an ad break. But man, Steak. I feel like let's get you paid. Who are you getting paid, Abe? Oh, my bad. My bad. But it sounds like it's not. You don't have one right now. So, hey, thanks for the follow, Abe. I appreciate it. But it sounds like your income has put you in a pretty decent position. Might be worth it to really take a look at the budget, cut what you can, start saving for these vacations and other stuff. So I'm assuming. So you have income and benefits. I'm assuming for the rest of your life, Abe. Okay. I mean, that right there is a pretty good baseline for retirement if you can live within that budget of those two income sources plus Social Security. Oh man, you ruined yourself? Is that how you've lost a lot of money or what? Yep. S&P for the last 15 has been pretty crazy. Outpaced the total stock market. I'm not a huge fan of doing individual trades and individual stocks, Abe. It's just not in my nature. Very easy to lose when you do individual trades. So I generally own whole markets. I don't think I own any sector funds. Uh, yeah. When you're investing in individual stocks, you're sort of gambling that they're going to do better than the overall market. You might be right. You might be wrong. Paid a lot, except my house kind of spent like Congress. Just going crazy. Are you carrying debt, Abe? Okay. How much is the monthly payment was factored into that 7,100 you told me about? Okay. So just your two income sources provide you said 7,700? Hold up, let me. Yeah, 77. So it sounds like you may already have this, but right, you have your checking account and the first one of your you said you don't have an emergency fund, do that, but it sounds like you should have like a slush fund. Like a fund that if you have money in it, you know you can spend it. That way you can kind of cut your spending every month because you guys can look at that and know, well, no, we only have, 200 bucks left in this slush fund. I can't get this thing. I'll have to wait until next month. But you can lower the total amount in miscellaneous expenditures by setting up a slush fund and spending from that when there's available funds in it. It would be really cool to take out. That's hard for certain bills. You could probably get away with that for a little bit, but like you'd have to make sure that all your utilities would allow you to go to the bank or go to them and pay cash. It's a really good idea for really everybody to do something like that. It's very easy to just swipe, but you don't realize here $7 there, $29 there. Like it all adds up over time. People end up spending so much money they don't even like realize. Yep. Do the same thing. Pay the credit card off in full. So I've been poking and prodding Abe, going in a direction that I was looking to go, but yeah, I've been poking and prodding and making suggestions, but that's kind of me controlling the conversation. Was there anything that you wanted me to help you with? Anything that you had questions on? Having kids will make you less risky. As you can see behind me, there is a motorcycle helmet there. That's not actually the helmet I ride with. The helmet I ride with is more of like a greenish yellow neon. I don't know how to describe it. And my riding suit is big, bright yellow green as well. But I only ride if I'm riding in a group now. I do not ride in big, or I do not ride alone anymore. It didn't sound to me that Abe was doing it for status. I think he was doing it for him. Now, you could still say, was it the right or the wrong choice, but maybe I'm wrong. It could be for status. Was it for status, Abe? Yeah. That's what I thought too. When you're at the point you have money that you can spend, you can start to do the things that are not practical other times. Right? Like one of the coolest things about retirement, most people thank me for my service. Really appreciate that people so care. Oh yeah, man. The world is only possible because of the military. Feels weird to say or admit, but the entire world essentially is the way it is because of the military. But anyway, I digress. We're not talking about that. Um, so yeah, it's my sentiments there, Abe. And Abe, I don't. Did I already give you? Yeah, I gave you my background. Never mind. So during my day stream, it's more like this. I'm chatting, answering questions in chat, things like that. Patreon members can have a live discussion with me if they want, like an actual like conversation. And then in my night streams, and sometimes later in my early stream, I play Valorant. I also talk finance, but I play Valorant. I'm glad you weren't here yesterday. Yo, I don't know what it asterisked out there, but anytime military conflict is possible. I have only been in one Stingray. Or a Corvette. It was a Stingray, I think, from the 80s. What kind of company you got, Abe? Or unless you're just talking about paying yourself first. You know, you could keep your automatic bills going, but just grab $7,100 of cash and just go through the exercise. And all the bills that are being automatically paid, you could just set that cash aside, right? Like one piece at a time. Oh, this is our electric. Bam. This is our this. Bam. And just see how money leaving looks. What the? You hear that, Soft? You gonna let him? You gonna let him do that to you? So I'll maybe Soft's not there to defend it, but Soft's been around for a long time, supporter of the community. We play Valorant together. Good dude. Yeah, I love manual cars. You actually get to truly drive a car when it's manual. The Broken Mountain. Not even sure what that is. I'm not searching anything up on the internet anymore. Not after yesterday. All right, what's the other one? So if this is conservative, would it be liberal? Liberal gun owners. No way. Liberals too. That's way too small. Is it Democrat? Democrats? All right. Let's check out Democratic Socialism. All right, let's check it out. I'm not a huge fan of financing anything if at all possible, Abe. If you know you want something or you're going to want something, you should be putting money aside for that right now. Right now. Divert stuff, right? You're a guy who wants things. You want to do things and you want to buy things. How can you do that without wrecking yourself financially? You're in a good financial situation set up every month. You know everything's, you got a good thing coming. How do you take advantage of that? Maximize it so that your life is as enjoyable as possible. do you have consumption rights on your mortgages? What are consumption rights? Bought and sold 2 homes, now both brand new, but only this current one we built. We're allowed to increase our mortgages for consumption. For example, buying a car or going on holiday. So your mortgage is more of like just a open loan from your government stake. Is that correct? Like you just have an open loan with your government and it could be taken out for different things. Okay. Mortgages are open loans for whatever we need as long as we can afford it. Interesting. White People Twitter is a liberal Reddit. I just wanted to look at political things on Reddit and see how it is. Hey, Steak, is the educational system out there productive and that they get you educated in something that will help society? Or do they let you do useless, meaningless degrees like we do in America? Let me rephrase that. Low return on investment degrees. We don't study to benefit society into a capitalistic future. Isn't that the same thing, Rump? A useful degree? No, certain courses I'm okay with non return, right? They don't necessarily make you a more productive member of the world. Um, but most should, right? All right. We're on the same page there. I know steak. I know that. But to have a socialist society work, you have to have an underbelly of capitalism where there's profits and stuff. You just decide how to distribute those profits. And they're state owned, right? When I say benefit to society, I mean in any way that benefits society. State-owned businesses are nonprofit. So the private businesses pay into the system is essentially what happens, yeah? They pay that level of tax. Let's go to politics, maybe it's more neutral. Private businesses pay high level of tax. State-owned pay profits to state, but they are nonprofit. Which means it doesn't matter if they go over or under budget. It's a service. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm trying to think if you're a business driven by profit, which there have to be there, why you would choose Finland and pay higher taxes. Like, what is the overall benefit? Like, why there wouldn't be a benefit elsewhere, more of a benefit elsewhere for you to spend your time and resources as a company. As a people, if it's all small business there, is it small business mostly? Like local small business? You don't have many big chains there? Oh no, I don't think a business is about money. Money is necessary for a business though. It all depends on what your goal is for yourself. Finland has Colossal Order, which flopped City Skylines too. So in Finland, though, this is hard to compare, right? In America, a lot of big businesses have taken over, right? You'll find a Burger King, a McDonald's on every corner, but you won't find, you know, Samantha and Steve's burger shop anymore. It's really hard to find. So would you say there are a lot of small, like mom and pop shops there? And if people want collectivism, I think that's great. Go to Finland. I have no problem when a people want collectivism. But it generally only works in a small area. It would not work in a place, in big places. Too many competing factions. All right. I'm a business owner, Abe. Businesses are tough to start, Abe. That's what we're doing now. Free Advice Guy LLC. Building it up from the ground. I post a lot to social media for clips and stuff like that, but yep, it's very true. Business owners become millionaires much sooner in life than others. A lot of people eventually cross that millionaire threshold, but a lot don't do it until they're, 50s and 60s. You got kids starting businesses who are millionaires before they're 20. There is risk, but a lot of the time where there is risk, there is reward. Fortune does favor the bold. It's true. I understand your sentiment, Steak. I'm okay with it though. If somebody provides a service and they get rich from it, I'm very good. Nah, what you're talking about is more charitable. In America, we don't believe it should be forced. It should be charitable. Yeah, agree with the cheap rich people thing. Yep, it's a great point from Soft. Give me one sec. Family just got home. I'm gonna say hi. We're back. I'm really sorry. Whoa, I missed some stuff. Let me see. Oh man, going back. Oh man, how much of this should I read here? Yeah, that's true. Freedom. The reason you need money, Steak, is freedom. So, Steak, to say something like there shouldn't be millionaires or billionaires, who starts these businesses? Like, who created the businesses that turned into what they turned into? Without initiative and incentive, people have no reason to create. Yeah, like per capita. Uh, welfare per capita by country. Whoops. This is 2021. Wait. Let's see. We get the AI version first. Wait, 2015. So this says per capita. But this again was back in 2015. Yeah, so Steak, this is where the variation, right? I get where you're coming from. Nobody needs to be a millionaire. Nobody needs to live a lavish life. Nobody needs to travel the world and see all everything they want to see the way they want to see it. I get your point of view, but can you accept that that's just your point of view? Like, if somebody wants to drive the fastest car, who are you to tell them they can't? If somebody wants to travel the world in a luxurious way, who are you to tell them they can't? Why not? That's where I disagree. What is life about? Love and experiences, no? Like, I saw these things. You can go see the Northern Lights. It's an expensive trip no matter what, but if you want to make it really expensive, they have these igloos with glass tops where you can see the stars and Northern Lights from there. It's expensive. It's really cool. I don't need that. Probably shouldn't even want that. But I do. That's really cool. Yeah, Steak, you're mad at like a handful of people. The vast majority of people never get that. So why not? Why can't I set my family up forever and ever? For the value I brought to the world with whatever product I did that made me have $2 billion, I clearly brought value into the world if I ended up with $2 billion, right? If a bunch of people wanted my stuff, I brought value, regardless of the system. Yeah, that's kind of true. Why isn't everything free in your country, Steak? It's an interesting point, Abe. If your whole society isn't just free of money, I mean, like, you pay for your house, pay for your food, or like, why can't you just walk into the store and get it for free? Somebody's making money somewhere. There's a profit somewhere in your system, otherwise, it can't function. Like, why would a business owner want to do business in Finland? Take out the person who grew up there. Like, everybody loves where they're from. Well, most people love where they're from. So they build a business there because they love it there. They're cool with all the taxes and all that sort of stuff. But, like, why would Tesla want to go there? Yeah, but it's not the government. That's what I mean, Rump. Well, I really mean anywhere. Whatever company you want to say, Rump, whatever you think the best company is outside of Finland, why would they want to come to Finland to do business with all those taxes? Like, what's the true benefit for them? Nokia is a Finland company. Yo, what's up, Simmies? Welcome to the channel. I don't know what you've read about me so far, Simmies, but I've been a certified financial planner professional since 2014. I worked at Vanguard for over 13 years. I quit my job to hopefully change the world and make financial wisdom and guidance accessible to all. I did not know that about Nokia, because a lot of these, I don't know these companies. But that doesn't really surprise me. Build a phone so good that you go out of business. Hey, thank you. It's actually bigger than it may look. Let me get back here. Whoop. It was like 11 inches the last time I measured. Actually, the first and the last time I measured. I was just curious because I thought my beard was like 7, 8 inches, and somebody was like, "There is absolutely no way your beard is 7, 8 inches." So we checked, and at the longest points, it's over 11 inches long. But hey, do you have it up here, Simmies? Because I don't have it up here. So, but with that, rump, so just not as easy and as much as they do in the USA, right? So they'd have to pay Finland a lot more taxes. I'm just understanding the benefit. Like if you're talking about the expense of doing business and you're going to make less, why would a company outside of Finland want to do business in Finland? I have hair and beard, only rocking the stubby 3 inch. About to nair off the dome because it's starting to get thin and gray. You're gonna nair it? Nair your head? That sounds rough. No, but Steak, that you're missing my whole point, man. If I have a business in America and I can go anywhere in the world with my business, why would I want to do business in Finland? Yep, that's the only reason I could think of as well. Market share. Like if I could do business anywhere, why would I choose Finland? Nobody would choose Finland. I hope people know other countries rich people hide money. Wait, so you're saying like the rich people of other countries hide their money in the USA? Ah, interesting. Yeah, you always hear about offshoring and things like that, but yes, we are. Yeah. But so I wonder where this comes from because I think the when the government takes care of a lot, your expectations for life go down. Like what you think you're capable of and the things you want to do. So Finland has a 20% corporate income tax rate. That's actually not terrible. Yes, it is, Abe. Yes, it is. 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 Yeah, that's true. You never know. It says flat rate. If you loved your country, if you loved growing up in Finland and wanted to keep that going, that way of life, I could see doing business there. 20% is not terrible for a corporation. Yeah, see the one thing I will say, there are reasons Finland can live the life that it lives. Um, right? Nobody's attacking it. Nobody wants to attack it. That is true. They are all Finnish. Um, they also don't have to fund their own military. Like, someone else is coming to rescue Finland, or Finland is going bye bye. So, knowing that and being a part of the EU, they know they have protection. So, they could spend the money that they would have to spend on themselves on other things. Finland could never stop Russia. Not today. Exactly. Right, but even them, they're probably not putting up a gigantic fight, correct? What a cool name, though. Nordic Battle Group. But we were just saying here, Rump, I don't know if you saw it, but 20% corporate tax rate in Finland is not terrible. Yeah, with U.S. support, anybody can be held with U.S. support. Right, like, but that's how a lot of these countries are able to do it. They don't have to spend their money towards national defense, at least not nearly as much. Right, if Finland truly wanted the military capabilities to defend itself against all nations, there's no way you could have the welfare system that you have there. It may be even impossible to get to that level, but you get my point. Yep. It's still. We'll talk about that in a second, Abe. Yeah, there always seems to be new wars, except when Trump was president. So we'll see if that sticks. All right, that'd be a legacy. If he goes 8 years with no new conflicts, ending conflicts. Yeah, but things are different now. I've heard theories that recessions happen without wars. I'm assuming that's a joke with the LOL there. They do seem connected, don't they? Recession, war. Recession, war. Let's see. Let's do Rising. And build sauna. Hey, maybe. We'll take a look at it. But I love America. And I'm proud to be an American. There's also, have you seen Everything is a Rich Man's Trick, Abe? This is going to get my stream shadow banned for talking about this. Oh man. Don't do it unless it's a long one. You might be able to find it on YouTube. Everything is a Rich Man's Trick. Is that world's most powerful third world country? Is that what you're saying? But yeah, they go over certain things. Like there were companies that were on both sides of World War II, supplying things to both sides of World War II. So no matter who won, they were okay. The longer the war went, the more profit they made. And here comes my knock at the door. Yeah. Maybe that's actually the coolest thing about Finland is they seem to be shielded off from the world's corruption. How do we stay away from the world's corruption? By sitting in the sauna. Tax the rich, the people who provided us these jobs and these products that we wouldn't have without them. Take their money. How much are you owed, Rump? Wait, how much am I owed from the hard work that you put in? Hello, Nightmare Shiro. Welcome. Hey, you got the stonks thing there. Which part, Rump? So, if you were to go work hard and earn a living, how much of that do you owe me? About tree fitty. Yeah, see, that seems wild to me. Someone else tells me what I need to live a decent life. We all have different expectations. We all have different needs and wants. Yeah, 57 is pretty high. Although, if you think about it, Abe, we probably pay 57% tax everywhere. All in. Income tax, local and federal, property tax, sales tax. I think it was less than 2%, Abe. It's more the idea behind it, Steak, that if you work all day for someone in the yard or at some job site, and when you leave the person hands you cash, how much of that cash do you owe someone else? You guys get saunas, free health care. Yeah, that's a simplified way to say it there, Abe. But again, the reason for that is the way of the world, right? Yeah, both engine types are good. Bernie Sanders is the only one who ever articulated a coherent alternative to Trumpism. I actually agree with you, gamer. I started off as a Bernie bro, believe it or not. To me, if it isn't fun or sounds good like a sporty car, it may as well be a vape battery car. Uh-oh. Rump and Nightmarish are two trolls about to be locked in a fight to the end. Also, welcome, gamer. To give you some background, I've been a certified financial planner professional since 2014. I had over 13 years experience at Vanguard, and I quit my job to hopefully change the world and provide financial wisdom and guidance to the masses. Oh man, we're about to have troll patrol in the chat. A lot of people love Vu. A lot of people love Vu. Yep. Jeff Bezos provided me a service. I paid him for that service. If I don't like it, I can go somewhere else. Hey, but Nightmare, you're back. You were here yesterday. Jeff Bezos gets a bunch of young kids who need a beginner job to deliver stuff to my house fast. Yep. He's got a whole squad of people that help him run that business successfully, from low end to high end. Mufga. I don't think he's gonna like that. Rump. Three elections in a row. Listen, the only thing I will say is that it is really weird that it seems like 10 million votes didn't vote this time. It's strange. Oh yeah. Every one of these companies that you think does, like, oh, they're just a shipping company. Like, no. And they have a whole system of workers and people behind them making it work. Yeah. Felt weird. Felt weird. Maybe there are very good explanations. Redistribute wealth and end wars. If you redistribute wealth, that could start a war. The money would end up right back where it was. Yeah. Yeah, people act like these business owners wouldn't find a way to get that money right back from people as well. Nightmare is all in. Nightmarish hero. He is all in. Nightmarish, I noticed you didn't follow, but you came in a couple of times. Hit me, brother. Is there anything you would like me to talk about? Yeah, I agree. Nightmare is definitely trolling. Hey, Nightmare throws a follow in. My question still stands. What, 4 terms? Nightmarish going wild. Oh man, I was reading rumors up to the election that they were gonna put in Hillary. That Kamala was doing too bad, and they were gonna put in Hillary at the very last minute. It's like, bro. All right, what should we be looking at on the screen? Should we keep this up? Or nah, we don't need my vision up. Never mind on that. Where did she go? Who, Hillary Clinton? Yeah, let's do it, steak. Also, can you explain rump my steak? But yes, let's look on some interesting facts about index funds like the S&P 500. All right, that makes sense. So, Nightmarish, what are some things you'd like to talk about? Oh man, did he? I feel like I know so much stuff, but I did not know that. Kamala's concession speech? I actually thought it was a pretty good concession speech. So you say the Fed will lie, but the president will tell us. I think Trump is walking into a tough situation. I have not seen the full movie. I've seen clips of it. Yeah, well, it was cheap. Yeah, but I know what happens because I followed it. Well, not followed it, I guess, but researched it after. I don't think the founders ever intended for non citizens to birth citizens. Could be wrong. I don't know that it'll go through Nightmarish. There's a lot of things that he should and could do, but it's going to be hard. I know he's got the House and Senate, but it's still going to be difficult, man. Still going to be difficult. Yeah. Yeah. That's very true. He did used to be a Democrat. Like, hey, just to give a very specific thing here about how Trump supporters are not like don't just follow him blindly, like you're saying, Abe. Don't listen to everything. But right, like he told everybody to get shots, and his supporters said a lot of his supporters said nope. Yep, he's an entertainer. Yeah, I thought he actually was accomplishing a lot of his goals there, Rump. He'll listen to anybody, Abe. They're asking for stuff. The only politician I see redisputing wealth is Rupert Lowe. Yeah, right to try is good. I think it was Trump who said it, no? But so sadly, Abe, our court systems say these things are constitutional. So the bump stocks thing was what they considered a fix since automatic weapons are not allowed. I do not think investing in the stock market is stupid. But you need to understand your goal for that money and what its purpose is. So if you're going to be invested in the stock market, it needs to be for the right reasons. Tell me more about your thoughts, Gamer. Is it Gamer Jamie? Gamer J? Gamer JM? Or something else? Give me 1 second. Be right back. All right. Your parents were talking about investing in stocks. The first thing you need are the 5 steps to financial success. So before you get to investing, you want to look at the 5 steps to financial success. So budget, emergency fund, goals. Then you begin investing and saving toward those goals. So, all right, to give one specifically, he said he was going to build the wall and have Mexico pay for it. Right? That's one that they tried to clown him on. They said they tried to say he didn't build the wall. He got a lot of wall built, but that he didn't finish the wall. Mexico didn't pay for it. Things like that. Anybody I know who supports Trump does not support the man like an idol. He is a symbol for certain people that felt like they didn't have a voice, and he's being that voice for them. Yeah, that's true. Yep, didn't drain the swamp. Yep, it's very true. Not many people actually idolize him. That's why my point about the shots. He said to take them. A lot of his followers said no. Nah, the swamp's not drained, man. You have to understand there's layers upon layers to this. I don't think so, man. I think we're going to get a more peaceful 4 years from Trump this time around than last time because of the way he won the election. Nah, there's still so many people who are unaware of that, and even that, Abe, I think you hear people talk about it. There are people who tell the president what to do. I will say it's strange that 10 million votes disappeared. 10 million. Yep. You know, I've never read that book. Thought about it. I wonder how many people just have not read it because they hate him, but I wonder if it's got good stuff in there. That's what I'm saying, Nightmare. Like, there's a lot of information that has come out that the vast majority of people don't know. Like, there's still people walking around right now who think Trump stole 2016 with Russia's help, even though all that stuff has come out is not true. There are people who think it, and will always think it. And with any other thing that they pushed that wasn't true, the fine people thing. So when you say like things are caught, no. I hope he launches for a full forensic audit on every single ballot in 2024 to prove whether or not he won, and then use that to reform the voting laws. "10 years ago, the swamp did not exist." My man, what? The fact that you do not think that Trump won 2016 without Russia's help is sad. See, that's what I mean. They did an investigation, Steak. There was no collusion between Trump and Russia. This is what I'm talking about. It's been proven that that is not true. Oh, okay. If you want to say it was invisible. To the normal American, yeah. That's how every country works, man. It's not like Russia's doing something the world's never done before. It's not like our own intelligence agencies don't do these sort of same things as well. But there was no collusion between Trump and Russia in 2016. Nightmarish is fired up. Let's see here. Border Patrol is under the advisement of the executive branch, no? It is kind of weird that the president has all these posses at his fingertips. Yeah, but I don't think they're being told to hold a point. I think they are following orders. They're doing what they're being told to do. I'm not sponsored by these guys, but have you ever used an Owala? You could drink like that, but it also comes with a built-in straw. It's pretty sick. So I don't see anything like that, Rump, about him promising to establish a nationwide register on all Syrian and Muslim residents. Muslim and refugee ban. I didn't know if we remained energy independent, but I know we became energy independent in 2022. Yes. Honestly, one of Trump's greatest feats. I think he's just pointing out, Rump, that you talked about Trump saying he would do a Muslim and Syrian ban or register. We are atheist Christians. What does that mean? You don't actually believe the stuff behind the teachings, but you believe in the teachings? Nah, because electricity can't support everything. Oil is going to be in the energy consumption business for 50 to 100 years. It may never come back. It may never stop being an energy source. No one here believes in God. Where do morals come from, Rump? How do you decide morals? Nightmare's coming for a fight today. I don't know if you're ready, Rump. You guys are both looking for fights, and now you guys found each other. They We have nuclear power plants in Arizona. I've lived here for 30 years, 30 plus years, and I did not know that. Okay, so when you say you're Christian, do you believe in the resurrection of Christ, or you're Christian in ritual only? Interesting, Abe. I didn't know this. Now, Christian means you believe in the resurrection of Christ as your Lord and Savior. Okay, so you're not really Christian. You are behavioral Christians? We get baptized, married, and funeral and church. That's it. Why? Why haven't they got rid of those rituals? Like, so you say the words before God or in front of God, but you don't mean them? Why? Why is your culture to play make-believe to a God that doesn't exist? That doesn't make sense to me. Why? Why go through the rituals if you don't believe? Yeah, it's become the new wave thing, the cool thing to believe in or to believe God doesn't exist. Yeah, man. Nothing created everything, bro. There was nothing, and then boom, everything. It just happened spontaneously. And all that stuff whipped around and just went flying everywhere. Cells were created. Yeah. And then we mutated from those cells. Sorry, not mutated. Oh man, what's the word? About 90% are atheist, agnostic in the Nordics. Alright, I'm going to see here. Atheism in Finland. We'll do that first. This is in 2011 at 22%. I imagine that's gone significantly higher. Go back to chat after reading that. Your register is better than Finland's register. Still a little bit confused. So you're appreciative of what they went through, but you also probably think it's kind of ridiculous that they could have just said, like, oh yeah, I'm not a Christian, I'm out. Like, these people were willing to die 2,000 years ago for a false story. Is that where we're at? Oh, I mixed up responses. And I pay church tax, but like the majority of my fellow citizens, we do not believe in God. Why? Rump, you have to tell me why. Why go through the motions if you don't believe, man? Like, are you guys afraid to be judged by each other for not going through the motions? As you both walk into church, you're like, isn't this dumb? What a stupid message that was. All right, I'll see you next week for this dumb ritual we go through. Like, that just feels kind of silly. Why? Ah, you have faith that God doesn't exist. So is the lack of a belief in God why the system works the way it does? Nah, I just don't buy it, Steak. Being atheist is religious as well. Sure, many people do. Many governments use religion for control. Man, Swedes, around 46 to 85% of Swedes identify as atheists. Oh wow, I didn't realize in Sweden the church ran the state till 2000. That's crazy. I mean, Christian means generally believing that Christ rose as your Lord and Savior. You'd have to add some sort of thing to the beginning of calling yourself Christian, because you're not Christian by definition. You are behavioral Christians. Yeah, everybody's entitled to their own views. You could be an atheist. We don't need to talk negatively to each other about our views here. So, Rump, do you think the everything was created by nothing, or in the reverse, that nothing created everything? Ethics come from God as well. Man, it's too bad we can't talk about this. I'm just going to walk through it. But ethics, how are your ethics determined? You might say something like, oh, it's by your culture and the people around you determine your ethics. Okay. Well, the people in World War II Germany thought it was cool to kill Jewish people. Did that make it okay? Or are there laws written above what people may think or feel that will say what ethics actually are? Just a thought. I don't know if that made sense, but it made sense to me. Nightmarish, he may be right, he may be wrong, but there is no way to prove or disprove what he is saying. I mean, we see these things here, right? We saw that in Finland, and whatever that was, 2011 was 22%. Oh man, Abe trying to end up on a list. Like right here, Finland's predominantly secular. Yeah, that's a really short way to put it, CB. I like that. Still trying to get on a list, Abe. This whole channel's going to end up on a list now. I could understand. Nah, man, from a greater perspective. Man, this is tough. Tough. Rump is ignoring my thoughts and my questions here. I heard Swedes were the dummies of Europe. What? I don't know if Rump has all these answers we're throwing at him. Was everything created by nothing, Rump? Naturalism also struggles to explain objective truth. Nightmare. This might be a losing battle, bro. It is literally impossible for this to be proven or disproven. But that does seem like a crazy high amount. So none of those Christians you're saying, Rump, are believers in a Christian God? Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ? Chat is going wild. Let's go. Yo, W Magenta. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I should throw up a survey asking if the alert going off when somebody follows is appreciated or not. Minority. Possible to currently prove that God definitely exists or not, but I'd argue logical historical evidence that's that. Yeah, I think there's more evidence for God and Jesus than there is to say there is no God. I've looked this up tremendously, my friend. Nah, that doesn't make sense because life reset. Unless you're saying, hey, okay, maybe it came between different sets of life here. There is no transitionary chain from species to species going from human to single cell life form, amoebas, things like that. There is no track record of that. There have also been resets in modern history that wouldn't allow that. The Younger Dryas from almost 13,000 years ago, different things like that. So maybe that comment landed perfectly between different eras on the Earth and they grew, but there's still been extinction level events since then, which wouldn't allow for what you're talking about. But see, like, this is where, so, like, Rump believes everything was created by nothing. No, man, this is 100% logical. I'm not even going as a Christian man right now. I'm just going simply from logic. Like, so if we're talking evolution, right? So we have whatever the last thing was before a human. That thing birthed a human. And then what did that human mate with? Yep, I do believe in science. I want to help you find salvation, brother. But you're right. We definitely don't have to argue about who's Christian, who's not Christian, what that means in Finland. But I do care about the your soul's eternity. Yeah, I care about your soul. If there is a God and he sent his son Jesus down, and you choose not to pursue him, you will not be with him post life as well. Because he doesn't want to force you to do things you don't want to do. Nah, it's easy to say that here in this temporary world, but in a forever world, damnation for eternity. Yeah. Ooh, that's a good phrase, CB. Man, Nightmare is on one. You've been talking about this for like 30 minutes, Nightmare. Which is okay. You can talk about what you want. And it's also hard to tell when Nightmare is trolling Rump, when Rump is trolling Nightmare, or we're actually having for real conversations. It's difficult, see? Hey, what time do you guys think I should stream until? Right, I got family stuff like dinner and all that, but this is a kind of a flexible window. What would be ideal for everybody for me to stream until? I think we're coming up on 5 o'clock Eastern time. It's 11 p.m. here now. Because I'm set to end my stream in 36 minutes. But I don't know if it would be wise to normally go after or not. So 12 a.m. Peak analytics for Twitch. Not for myself, but they always say peak is around 5 p.m. Eastern time. That's what I've read multiple times. And it doesn't appear to be that way for me. Pennsylvania Senate seat going to Republican. Peak analytics. Twitch. Hey, sounds good, Rump. 3.2 million watching right now. Twitch tracker. How do I get that? Have a good one, Rump. Thanks for coming by, man. Yo, Northern Lights are sick. This? TwitchTracker.com. Okay. Yo, what? Nightmare, how old are you? Might have to delete that. You guys are goofy. Alright, ancient. Just want to make sure. Alright. Oh, worlds are on right now. You're wild, Trump Rump. Have a good one. All right, so how do we find out the ones for different hours of the day? Oh, Valorant is one of the top ones. Stats. Viewers. So it looks like we already reached the peak. And now it's coming down for the day. It's kind of right here. So right around midday, right around 2 o'clock. Is this 2 o'clock Eastern time? Why did this peak like this? Interesting. I wish there was a way to check my own data. Oh, I thought I could search my channel here. That'd be funny. Look at this. I'm ranked 227,849 in the world. Game stream 3. So is this my monthly right here? Now you can work on your offense. Oh, and like streaming. Like when to stream and stuff. Huh. Look at that. Interesting. Where does it show the actual... Yo, it even has my popular clips down here? What? Alright, so... I think he left CP. Hopefully he's still there. It says I'm on less than 4 days a week. There's no way. It still doesn't tell me. Yo. Let's see here. That's deep. That's deep, CB. I still can't figure this out, Nightmare. Hey, Nightmarish Hero, this is totally random, man. So I just clicked it because I wanted to see if you stream. Wait, do you stream? Overwatch. Let's play Nightmarish. Um, but I clicked on your name to see that, and you created your uh, account, your Twitch account, the same day I started working at Vanguard. That's wild. So I just want to know, like, how do I find out highest viewers for my channel? Highest viewers per day Twitch. Okay, streamers with the highest peak viewers on Twitch. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Ah. Ah. These dudes are probably making bank. All right, let's try that. During evening and late night hours, typically between 6 p.m. and 2 a.m. So interesting. I think my nighttime stream needs to start earlier. That might be helpful. So I get off at about 3:30 and then I don't get back on until 9. But that's just because me and my wife hang out. But now we're going to start streaming earlier. Huh. All right, give me one second. All right. I can't be up too late though. I'm in this weird spot. I'm somewhat flexible, but right, my kids wake up early. Got to be up with them. They go to bed early, so I'm streaming. Makes my days short or long, however you want to look at it, because I'm tired. All right, I'm almost scared to check this. 25 views already. All right. We like seeing that. We like seeing 25 views. It is an algorithm game, Nightmarish. Sometimes my views are consistent in the 400s. I never pop past that. Okay, I got one right here. But I seem to be stuck in that 400 view. I don't know if it's because of my SEO or whatever. Hey, I went up a subscriber, maybe 2 today. We love that. We love that. But like some of them, so hard. 8 views. I'm gonna like my own view. Ping. Hey, this has gotten 700 views now. All right. $59 views on this video. 74 on this one. About 120 people see that live stream. 109 on this one. It's tough, man. And look at my TikTok. This is embarrassing. I probably shouldn't even show this, but look at these views, man. I don't get placed on anyone's random anything. I'm not even going to look at Facebook. Facebook's embarrassing. Crossed over 800 views on this Wooding review. Let's go. Oh yeah, my Patreon client here. My Twitter is all troll and reposts. I've gotten reported for merely retweeting with no message. The internet deserves to be free. I agree. I agree. Man, I have 200 videos on YouTube. My man is, I'm producing. But a lot of them are these live streams. Hey, wait. I went with a different picture today. It's not showing the picture. Oh yeah, that one. Well, with me suited up. All right, what should we review the last 20 minutes or so? We could check out my Valorant stats if anybody's interested. I feel most free in the Twitch chat, which is wild. Is it because you get live feedback immediately? Unfortunately, this is a lie. I am no longer Ascendant 2. The economic state of the Balkan Islands. Listen here, Maniac. I wish I was a stats player, bro. Look at this cast, though. It is fantastic. Shouldn't have played this game. Felt weird about it. Played it anyway. Got smoked. Got smoked. Hey, it just happens to be a good statistic. I need to get my ADS up, or ADR up. ADR is weak, bro. Yeah. Is position. Position where? Position how? Nah, I've seen you pop off, Maniac. You do some carrying. You do some throwing and trolling as well, but we all do. We all do. I never carry. Look at one MVP. Let's view all matches, shall we? One MVP. Oh, a second. Bet you soft beat me here. Yeah, you rat. Wait. I was actually the best. Dude, I get like no MVPs. That's crazy. Is that really my only MVP? Hold on a second. MVP? My last MVP before that was August 11th. Cypher is my best win percent right now. I feel that. Generally, if I MVP, we lose, although one MVP says otherwise. I don't know if you could hear that, baby. Bad scores. All bad games. We delete. Anything coming up on Valorant? Hey, later, Nightmarish. I don't think I've played with you yet this act. No. I just want to click on Maniac. Alright, fine, I'll put it in. What is it? Whoops. Maniac. Wolf. TTV. There it is. Oh, okay. Well, that's crazy, because I can hear her right now. Alright, so what are we looking at? Look at my game. Look at the game I played a couple days ago is Jet. Yeah, it's a pretty rough one, but your team dominated. Hold on. If I go out there and check, she's not gonna let me out, or she's not gonna let me come back here for like 5-10 minutes, and I only have like 14 minutes left of the stream. So, all right, I don't think I can avoid it. I gotta go out there. Check out Odin to Radiant. Are you in any of these games? Can I just click your name? They're sold with a WMVP game. Crushing his Diamond 1 teammate. Or will it be easy to search? Odin to Radiant. Which one are you? It's this one, right? The U? Is it the EU? It's got to be this one. EUW, right? because you were active more recent than 19 days ago, no? This looks like it could be you. Yep. Rough game, rough game. Look at those stats. Soft is definitely a stats player, bro. That's crazy. Your stats are like this. You're only 15 and 11. It's because you play with us, bro. It's because you play with us. Look at this headshot percentage. I'm at 20. You're at 30. That's crazy. Crazy stats, bro. Crazy stats. Who, me? Absolutely not. You think being baited was I'm standing there, you swing out, I kill somebody and go to retreat. You didn't die because of me one single time, Maniac. Not even once. I want to see clips. I'm like barely peeking the edge on in heaven, waiting to get somebody, and you're just like out in the middle. Hey, I'm here. I kill somebody. Wait, he's shooting me from where I'm at. Listen, clips, Maniac. Clips or it didn't happen, bro. I won't take this slander. I won't take it. If you're in tree and I'm on site, what could I have done for you, bro? What could I have done for you, bro? Where is this? What round? We're doing film review tonight. That's what tonight's stream is going to be. I'm not playing Valorant. I'm reviewing these accusations. Oh, you're talking about... No, dude. We both came in. I start going to tree. For some reason, he doesn't kill me and he kills you. No, this was a couple of days ago. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, dude. You roll in right behind me. I check left because I'm going to go clear tree and door. Dude did not shoot me for whatever reason, sitting to the right. And you got popped because you didn't clear corners, bro. Always check your corners, Maniac. Always check your corners, bro. 62 first bloods. Nope. Everyone's corners, everyone's a check. We didn't call it. I was checking left corner, and I'm looking left. So that should have been immediately, you're like, oh, he's looking left. I need to look right. You didn't do it, bro. So to be fair, you didn't cover me. You didn't cover me. Butterfly in the sky. Let's see what the NBA Reddit is doing. Oh no, we're talking about the same rounds. Oh no. Tyrese Maxey's missing a couple weeks? Yikes. They're in the East though, it'll be alright. All I know is whatever round you're talking about, I certainly played it perfect and flawless and was an amazing teammate. And you let me down. Ooh, it's rough. Hey, what's up, Flying Squirrel Man? Both are 1-6. Well, I imagine both of them will turn around. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. All right, guys. I am going to call that a stream, I believe. I only have 4 viewers. Probably not worth the raid, unless in the next 30 seconds somebody tells me they want me to raid. We're going to go ahead and call that. All right, guys. We call that a stream. I love you. I'll be back tonight by 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Have a great day, and I'll